Thank you. Can all members in the House please sing the national anthem? Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, I would like to greet everybody, and I would like to welcome you to the second day of the National Youth Parliament. I want to thank all relevant stakeholders for making this possible. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the program of the day. So today is day 2. It's Sunday the 5th. It's Sunday the 5th of October, 2025, and it's our final day in sitting. So the first item on the list is session 3. Pardon me for that. It's commission 3, which says accessibility, health and inclusion, building inclusive and healthy communities for blind youth. So we're going to have this discussion. So we're going to have a breakaway session that will take place for approximately 45 minutes. And everybody should know which groups they're in because the group names have been handed out. If you do not know, we're going to ask somebody to please read out the names as to who is in group what. But for all the groups, group 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, you will use the venues that you used yesterday. And then we're going to come back after 45 minutes, and then we're going to have a feedback session. So does everybody know which group they're in, or should we get the secretary to read out the names for us? So the House has been adjourned. Thank you. Please be back after 45 minutes. Yes, it is. So by 10 to 10, everybody should be back, exactly 45 minutes. Hmm? 9:30. That's not enough time because here it's supposed to be an hour. Yes.
Our breakaway session, are they going to the same commissions as yesterday?
They are going to the same group. They are going to the same room. So group 1 is going to whichever room they were in yesterday.
Oh, they are
so
not
that's why I
people.
said I'm not sure about the people. The people change. So that's why I'm asking that Because they are supposed to have the list of names of which groups they are in. So that's why I was asking, should we ask him to read out the names as to who's in group what?
Can you find out if they know? Can you address them?
I asked them if they know and they said yes.
Yes, please. So that we are not confused. Okay.
Honorable members.
Can you please listen for a while?
Honorable members, good morning. Everybody has, on the pack that you were given yesterday, there's a document called commissions or commission list. So in that document, you should look for commission 3. It's the last commission, I believe. You will see your name under a certain group. So if you see your name in group number 1, you go to committee room A, and then if you see your name under group 4, you'd go to the auditorium, and then if you are under group 5, you'd go to Mr. Mwale's boardroom. Does that make sense, honorable members? So your name, you may not belong to the group that you were in yesterday. It will be a different group. Just check under Commission 3, and there will be groups under Commission 3. You will see your name there. They are available both in Braille and in sighted. I only took one person's copy. But please check your names under Commission 3.
Yes, I did. Yes, it is. It says accessibility, health, and inclusion. I announced all of that. I did also say, I did mention it's under session 3.
Session 3, Commission 3, but session 5. Tell them it's session 5.
You confuse people. Here it says Commission 3. So the only thing that I was missing was session 5.
Honorable members, can I just apologize? Honorable members, if you are using Braille, go to page 9 under session 5. If you are using Braille, go to page 9, session 5. Page 9, session 5. The name of the document is commissions. Go to session 5, page 9, and yeah, that's Braille, and you'll look under the commissions, and you'll have your names there. The topic is building inclusive and healthy communities for blind youth. Please look your name under a commission there, and go to that commission room accordingly. Does anybody not understand? Wait just a second. Under session 5.
Can I please have that document? I don't have it.
Commission 3 under session 5.
Under session 5.
Commission 1 goes to committee room A. Session 1, committee room A. Commission 2, committee room B. Commission 3, committee room C. Commission 4, it's the auditorium, I believe, and Commission 5 is Mr. Mwale's boardroom.
That's why I say that people
Commission 4, the auditorium. Commission 5, Mr. Mwali's boardroom. Commission 1, Committee Room A. Commission 2, Committee Room B. Session 3, Commission 3 is Committee Room C. Thank you, honorable members. Let's be back by 9:50. Yes. Here's the documents, Mrs.
The
Speaker.
team that's confused, yes.
Whose team?
The honorable members. The honorable members.
The one, the kids? No, but I did say
It's
that
under section 5.
Under Section 5.
I did say that Commission 1, the different groups.
I just read their names.
No. Everybody has got
The thing, I
the
didn't
copy
even
of
have
the
the thing.
commissions.
Oh. Why not you sign? Why kiss me? Why is it not listening? It's a little bit.
No, we're not in commissions.
I was in a commission yesterday.
Jonas, they have to always have a comeback for everything. Oh Lord.
Okay, sorry.
Imagine how I feel working with him.
Imagine.
Like,
Imagine on a bad day, I'll lash out at you, Jonas.
ugh.
All right. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Honorable members. May we be silent, honorable members? Honorable members, those in the groups that haven't returned from their commissions, may they please do so urgently. All right. Thank you. Honorable members, we just returned from breakaway sessions. Can I get an indication if Group 1 is ready with their presentation? Group 1, are you ready with your presentation? Honorable members from Commission 1, Commission Group 1, if I can get an indication if that you are ready. Any one of you, honorable members? All right. Honorable members, if you are ready, please proceed. Honorable members from Group Commission 1, if you're ready, when you're ready, kindly proceed in the best interest of time.
Good day, honorable members. Silence in the House, please. All right. Thank you, Chair, for giving me the opportunity to stand here. Today I will be raising and addressing a serious issue.
Can you please introduce yourself, honorable member, and the group you presented?
Sorry, honorable members. My name is Diteo Homoseu from Christiana School for the Blind in the Northwest Province. Today I will be addressing a serious issue based on the public service such as police station, clinics, and transportation. So I would like to start with clinics. Blind and partially sighted people don't have serious access to clinics because there are no ramps provided and there are limited staff who trained how to guide blind patients. And when we look at the Constitution that was implemented in 1996, Section 27 states that every person has a right to health care. That means that rights are undermined because there are no good services, there are no nurses that are trained well how to take care of the blind learners, there are no documents in Braille or large print, there are also no audio announcements. So, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to take you to the second issue. My second issue will be based on police stations. At police stations, there are no documents in Braille, of course. No documents in large print, of course. The queues are very long. Imagine a blind person standing in the queue for a very long time, and then some people don't take blind learners with them. They just leave them there. The blind person will be standing there thinking that the line has not been moved yet. But the line has long moved, which is the problem. So I think that also has to improve in the police station. because there's no way that a blind person can be in a queue with a person who can see. Sorry? Yeah, I don't think that can be possible. So the police station has to improve in terms of that. So thirdly, the public transportation is a major obstacle issue. Taxi drivers are not patient enough for blind people and also for people who have vision. They are not patient enough. Taxi drivers can't even accommodate blind people. There are no announcement. There are no guidance. Taxi driver just drive and stop at the destination. They don't announce which destination they stopped at. So it's very difficult for blind learners to identify where they are. So just try to fit in the shoes of them. It's very difficult. Pavings have to be improved so that blind people can be independent. Lastly, I would like to say, if the state don't improve these things, blind and partially sighted people won't be independent. And we need independent people. I can't always seek a guide from a person. I need to guide myself. I have a freedom. I need to guide myself. I have a right to say anything. So I have a right to go wherever I want to. So if these problems are not corrected, I will never guide myself. I will never be independent. So we request that this must be corrected. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, honorable members. I will now call for open time and will allow for a maximum of 5 speakers. Speakers from Group 1 will not be allowed to take part in this debate. Yes, if anybody would like to raise anything, you are recognized, honorable member. Excuse me, sorry, honorable member, you may stand down. Mr. Honorable Member Diteboho, what was your proposal to the challenge that you faced? What is your proposed solution? Just so that you state it clearly, so and the secretary can record it accordingly.
Sorry, Honorable Chair, I didn't hear you correctly. May you please repeat?
What is your proposal?
All right.
You came with a challenge. What's the solution?
Okay. So in terms of, I would like to start at the police station. In terms of at police station, there have to be ramps, there have to be rails so that blind can guide themselves. The queue have to be separated, but I'm not saying the blind must go to another room, but the queue have to be separated. People with vision must stand on this side, and people with blind and partially sighted must be on this side, so that trained police can come and assist. They know that this side is blind learners, that means you go that side and assist. There have to be specific people who will assist the blinds. So in terms of clinics, documents must be in braille and in large print, so that we can read for ourselves. The announcements have to be in audio, yeah, and they also have to be ramps, they also have to be rail guides. Yeah, so in terms of transportation, I think each and every place have a, what do you call this, a magistrate or something like that. So they have to take the drivers to a workshop so that they can teach them about the blind people, so that they can accommodate them, so that they can have an audio announcement, so that blind people and partially can be accommodated. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable member will request that at the end of this session, or whenever we adjourn, you submit your proposals to the secretary in writing, so that we can be able to record them accordingly. Thank you, honorable member. And now, I now call for open time.
Come again, sir, I can't hear you properly.
I now open for open time. You are done. You can stand down, honorable member. We can proceed with open time.
Oh, I can proceed speaking.
No. You presented and now people will make inputs on your presentation.
Okay. Blind people face problems.
Honorable member,
Oh, you are. Oh, I haven't saw the mic off. That is why I'm still up. Yeah.
yeah, you may stand down. Anybody would like to make any inputs, honorable members? Yes, you are recognized. Introduce yourself.
I, Honourable Jean-Charles Aronsa from Pioneer School, representing Western Cape. I would just like to give my input. The speaker mentioned that we should be more independent and we should have our freedom. But I think it's more than just the clinics and the police station and the transport people's responsibility. It should also be our responsibility to ensure that we know our orientation and mobility skills. It doesn't help that we are trained to work with a cane, but we do not use it, and then we expect other people to know how to manage us when we enter into a police station or into a clinic. People are not educated on how to manage visually impaired people or blind people. And then just another thought I would like to share is to say that nurses are not well trained to manage blind and visually impaired people, I think is a bit of a harsh statement. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Arenza. Yes, Honorable Member, you are recognized.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Gabelo, representing the Gauteng province. So I had the presenter for the first commission mentioning that in public spaces like police stations where people are standing in queues, there should be separate queues for those who with visual impairment or disability. They should be separate from anybody else. So I think that's not a very good solution, because one of our fundamental solutions in this parliament is to destroy the social stigma, meaning that we should destroy the perspective that people have upon us that we, as visually impaired youth, we actually separate from anyone else. So when we are separated from them in queues, that actually increases social stigma and it doesn't make an input in one of our solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Kekana. Any other member would like to come through? You are accordingly recognized. All right. Honorable members, may we have Commission Group 2 present their findings from the discussions. Yes, Rebecca.
Greetings to everyone present here, including executives, our teachers, and my fellow honorable members. I'm Zeketelo Majola, and we are about to answer a question under a topic saying, how can digital services such as banking, education, and voting be made inclusive for the blind people?
Honorable Majola. No, you'll have to withdraw that, Honorable Majola. Can you just withdraw that reaction? Honorable Majola.
Sorry, sir, can you please repeat for me?
Can you withdraw that reaction?
Oh.
The remark that you just made now as I'm calling you.
Yeah, okay.
Honorable Majola, can you withdraw the reaction that you made when I said Honorable Majola, just interrupting you?
Okay.
Please withdraw. Okay, Honorable Majola, the instruction from IT was to ask you to move a little bit away from your mic so that you are better audible.
Okay. Okay. Greetings to all of you present here, including executives, our teachers, and my fellow honorable members. I am Zeketelo Majola, and we are about to answer a question and a topic saying, how can digital services such as banking, education, and voting be made inclusive for blind people? I'll leave the platform to my group members.
Go ahead, please, Group 2. Yes, go ahead.
Greetings to everyone. I am Honorable Member Simpiwe Nduli from Open Air School in Durban, KwaZulu-Natal. And I'm going to talk about digital banking. Imagine not being able to check your account balance and to pay your bills just because the mobile banking app is not compatible with sorry, can you please start again?
Yes, you are more than welcome. Take it easy, Honorable Member.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Imagine not being able to check your account balance or pay bills online because the website or mobile app is not compatible with screen readers. It is a reality for many blind students. To address this, we need to implement accessible design principles, provide audio and tactile options for ATMs and card readers, and provide assistive technology training for staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Members. I assume Group 2, you are done? Okay, please go ahead, quickly.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Lino Jokani, and I'll be answering on how can digital services such as banking, education, and voting be made more? Okay. In education, accessible digital learning materials are vital. This includes e-books, documents, and online platforms that work with screen readers. We must also utilize assistive technologies like refreshable blind displays and speech-to-text software. By doing so, we can empower blind students to reach their full potential.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Honorable Member. Group 2. Okay, please wrap up Group 2 in the best interest of time. Continue, Honorable Member.
Okay. Greetings to everybody. My name is Tato Setleboko. I represent Western Cape Pioneer School. I'm also speaking on the digital education. So, inclusive content delivery on education. For educational platforms, they should be included built-in TTS, which is text-to-speech, text-to-speech for reading notes and reading textbooks. And then for the accessibility or accessible documents, use maybe the document NVDA that I personally use at our school. It is blind-friendly and reads PDFs, Word documents, and also slides. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. We will have to leave it here for Commission Group 2. Any inputs from the House? I'll now call for open time, and members from Group 2 are not welcome to make inputs in this open time. We may go ahead, honorable member, if any are recognized.
Greetings to you. I'm Kinele Mabilan. I'm gonna be answering the questions. Just say, how can digital services such as banking, education, and voting be made more inclusive for blind people?
Honorable Member Kiulneilwe, you are Commission Group 2, right?
Yes.
May you please wrap up? This is the last one. Please do that in under a minute, honorable member. Go ahead.
In voting, digital voting system can be made accessible by adding audio instructions and braille labels. This way, blind voters can easily navigate the system. Another way is to provide audio ballots. This allows blind voters to listen to the ballot options and make their choices independently. Voting machines can also be designed with accessibility in mind. For example, they can have braille buttons and audio feedbacks. Additionally, online voting platforms can be made accessible by using clear and simple language, high contrast colors, and screen readers compatibility. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. I now call for open time. If any honorable member is interested in making a comment, you are more than welcome to do so. Please proceed. All right. So no comments, I'm assuming from, okay, you are recognized, member, if any. All right. Yes, proceed.
It's Zeket. Oh. I'm Zeketelo. I have an ask. Can't there be any technologies or capitalism in banks that can accommodate or update or maybe include us as blind or visually impaired people? Because in banks, we face we struggle in terms of withdrawing money and stuff. Okay, and there may be any technologies or maybe braille displays that can be accommodated in banks to help us, because in nowadays there is a lot of corruption happening, so we cannot always trust person. It means that we as blind people, we do not have our security personalities. So I have an ask. Maybe if there can be a process done to include brailles or maybe screen readers or something that can also acknowledge us or emphasize our security, safety. Thank you.
Honorable Majola, you are part of this commission group, so I'm not sure who it is that you're directing this question to, and honorable members, as you may have been alerted in advance, you've been given these topics that you should work on, so it was your duty and responsibility to report to this sitting the state of things out there and what it is that you recommend should be done going forward as solutions to those challenges you may have identified. So are you directing this question to anybody specifically, Honorable Majola, since this was your presentation and you are supposed to come up with proposed resolutions to the challenges you've identified? Okay, you're not on the mic and not so audible.
Okay, so I guess it was a proposal solution.
Okay,
Yeah.
can you clearly state it? Or rather, please submit your proposal to the Secretariat
Okay, sir.
at the end of this session.
Oh, thanks.
In writing, please. Honorable members, will now move to Commission Group 3, answering the question, how can milestones like Braille 200 be be used to raise awareness and promote literacy among blind youth? Please proceed, Commission Group 3. You are recognized, Honorable Member. Yes, you are audible.
Greetings to everybody. My name is Naledi Dlovu from Arthur Blaxwell School in KwaZulu-Natal, Pietermaritzburg. Commission 3 agreed that milestones like Braille 200 can be used to raise awareness and promote literacy among blind youth. Firstly, Braille 200 refers to a year-long celebration from September 2024 to August 2025. Marking the 200th anniversary of Louis Braille's invention, the Braille writing system. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Is that all from Commission Group 3? All right, please proceed, Honorable Member. You are recognized.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Ayanda Sia from Open Air School in Durban and KwaZulu-Natal, and Commission 3 agreed that milestones like Braille 200 can raise awareness, as celebrations like Braille 200 brings attention to the importance of Braille as a tool for independence and education. It inspires the youth as it motivates blind youth to value literacy and see Braille as empowering, and it also fosters advocacy, as such milestones create platforms to call for policies, resources, and inclusive education, and it also fosters partnerships as they bring together schools, governments, and communities to invest in accessible learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. You can go ahead, Group 3. Next member, you're recognized.
Greetings to you all. My name is Rufano Sechela from Christian School for the Blind in Northwest. We agree that milestones like Braille 200 can raise awareness and promote literacy among blind youth by highlighting Braille's importance and benefits. We can showcase achievements for blind Braille readers, inspiring youth to learn and pursue their goals. Braille 200 can spark events, workshops, and campaigns, promoting Braille materials and resources. By promoting Braille literacy, we empower blind youth to reach their full potential and succeed in life. These milestones can bring attention to the need of accessible materials and education support, helping blind youth thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sechele.
Greetings to everyone. Greetings to everyone. My name is Untadile Lete. I am from Free State and Gauteng School for the Deaf and Blind. My commission identified that Braille 200 promotes literacy among blind youth by fostering digital accessibility, empowering blind role models, and promoting access to the Braille materials. These measures or efforts inspire and support the blind youth in achieving their full potential. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Next honorable member from Group Commission 3, you can proceed. Okay, are we done from Group Commission 3? Is that all? All right, thank you. I now call for open time. Please be notified. Members from Group Commission 3 may remain muted. We'll take questions and inputs from the floor, if any. All right. Honorable members, will now go to the second last commission group, after which we'll jump onto a panel discussion that will be moderated by Honorable Zibusiso. So those who will be partaking in that panel discussion, just get yourselves ready and prepared. Get yourselves ready and prepared. And for now, members, I would like to call upon members, honorable members from Commission Group 4 to make their presentations on the question of how accessible is medical information, including prescriptions and public health messages for blind people, and what changes are needed in this public health system. Honorable members from Group Commission Group 4, you are welcome to make your presentations.
Honorable Chair, I am here rising on Rule 7, 7, and 8, and my name is Honorable Goodwill Khotatso Masilo. Chair.
Honorable Masilo, which commission group are you in?
I am not representing a commission, Chair. It seems that you forgot to speak about Commission 5.
We are still on Commission 4.
I heard you say after Commission 4 we're heading to the panels, sir.
I said this is the second last group commission, Honorable Member.
Okay, my apologies.
Thank you, Honorable Masilo. Group Commission 4, you may proceed. You are recognized, Honorable Member.
Okay. Good morning, honorable members. I, Honorable Member Asai Kentrombe from Athlone School for the Blind, located in Western Cape, will speak on the topic, how accessible is medical information, including prescriptions and public health messages for blind people, and what changes are needed. The Bill of Rights states that every person has the right to any information concerning them, but that is not the reality, as blind people face challenges. Medical information, including prescriptions and public health messages, are not always provided in large font, audio formats, nor is it provided in Braille. This poses as a challenge to blind people, as they are not able to read for themselves and rely on others, those who are closest to them, and or also rely on doctors. Changes that are needed is that public health messages, medical information, including prescriptions, should be provided in large font, Braille, and audio formats, as this will assist blind people feel independent, included, and educated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Yeah, you are recognized, other members. Okay. I now call for open time on this presentation. Commission Group 4 members are not welcome to make inputs during this open time. If there's any input, honorable member who would like to do that, you're welcome. All right. Honorable members, in absence of inputs in this open time, I would like to call this open time closed. We'll now move on to our last Commission group presentation, after which we'll have our panel discussion panel 2 discussion rather. May I have Group Commission 5 to make their presentation? Thank you. You are recognized, Honorable Member.
Good day, honorable members. My name is Rafael Moses. I will be representing the 5th Commission. What are experiences in setters, internships, and entrepreneurship? In internships for visually impaired youth, are difficult to get due to the reason employers often refuse to spend additional cost for special accommodation. Skill mismatch. They are to be included due to the legislation when they are qualified for better positions. Opportunities are lessened due to companies not being able to accommodate for the blind youth. Internships also help with improvement of skills and the gain of more experience. Impaired is there to uplift and get them in job. Entrepreneurship. Capital starter. Funds are difficult to receive. Marketing becomes an issue as a person with visual impairment.
Good evening, good afternoon to the House once again. My name is Honorable Masilo, and I'll be making some few points on CETAs. So CETAs simply refers to Skills Education and Training Authority. It is an authority designed to bridge the gap between practical experience and the theory. As you know that from educational level, we all gain the theory part, but then the job market does demand experience. So let's talk about exposure. How many times in a scale of 1 to 10 would you see a post that includes those with visual impairment? Companies would rather put you into a company because they're trying to meet quotas set, which is the 30% by now, but not only having to give you real access that you deserve. Let's talk about poor data management. So CETA often collects data, your names, surnames, your age, your job, your household status, but then is that of fruitfulness? I personally have been submitting data for the past 4 years and I've not seen a change, haven't smelled one, haven't seen one. Let's also talk about poor distribution of funds. So CETA often does offer you bursaries, internships, learnerships, and other programs that are related to skills development, but then the funds are often not distributed equally. I've lived with friends who even now have still been waiting for their bursary funds. Their qualification is complete but not granted due to financial issues. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The next member from Group Commission Group 5, you are recognized. If you have further presentations. All right.
Thank you, Honorable Member. My name
Yes,
is
you are recognized.
My name is Kabelo Kekana. I'm from Wits University, and I'm going to be offering solutions to the entrepreneur problems regarding our experience that we have as visually impaired youth. So my first solution is there should be a subsidized startup capital for people with visual impairment to start their businesses, because realistically talking, there's an organization or a program rather called the NYDP, National Youth Development Program, which offers startup capital with particular regulations. For in case it says there should be a particular period that your business should have been operating for them to be able to offer you startup capital. And most of those startup capitals are actually not enough to support people with visual impairment to enter into the entrepreneurial world, because the resources that they need to start up their businesses, they're actually more expensive than the startup capitals that organizations like the NYDP offer. So there should be sort of like maximization in terms of those startup capitals when it comes to people with visual impairment. Secondly, it's on the issue of marketing tools. Realistically talking, most of the marketing tools like AIs, our artificial intelligence, they're not actually equipped so that they can support people with visual impairment to do their marketing, like graphics and whatsoever, which need drawings. And we all know that it's not easy for a blind person to draw, or for some it's not even possible. So therefore, the production of such artificial intelligence tools should be produced in a way that they also cater for people with visual impairment, and that will include braille displays and audio descriptions that are compatible in the marketing space. And my third solution is that there should be a specialized entrepreneurial education that specifically caters for people with visual impairment so that they can equip necessary and important skills in the entrepreneurial world, because realistically speaking, the experience that visually impaired youth have in the entrepreneurial world compared to anyone else, it's that it is never and it will never be easy for a visually impaired person to pursue their entrepreneurial, to pursue their businesses, because the resources that they need are actually not the same as any person. So they need a specialized education in terms of what skills should they acquire in pursuing such careers, which is entrepreneurship. And that would need quality education like mathematics, computer science, any artificial intelligence related disciplines, because that's where most of the marketing tools are actually derived from. If we can look into the world of today, marketing is mostly done on the internet, which requires AIs and whatsoever. So if there's a lack of such a specialized education in terms of entrepreneurship for youth with visual impairment, therefore their entrepreneurial journey won't be easy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Beka. Now, I now call for open time. Any member want to make input, questions, comments on this
Chair,
Commission's discussion? Are you not yet done? Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Chair, I'm sitting here once again at Honorable Masilo, and I'm here to wrap it up. So our proposed solution to this whole narrative is that government should rather provide resources over funds, because we have seen how funds have created collusion and corruption. And also, the lived experiences of a learner should start in high school. We should not only do theory, but then practical must be part of it, in trying to bridge the gap between reality and paper. And also, let's talk about accountability, monitoring, and evaluation. The government should do more often evaluation than we see today. The government should stay accountable to whatever that happens, to the cities, internships, and the learnerships, as well as entrepreneurships at large, because at the end of the day, our effect makes an impact. So now, my last before second is that let's talk about the data that these organizations do collect. I emphasize, and we as a group do emphasize, that companies and social-related programs should collect more of quantitative and qualitative data analysis. They should not only collect data about how we feel they must also collect data on numbers so that we know how far are we going, how far are we, and how far we've came. And also the government should invest more on social research, both on cities, on internships, learnerships, bursaries. The government should invest in social research. This will help the government understand what is that needs to be done, how it needs to be done, why it must be done, and how it will be done. Now we're talking about the vision and missions of every government. The government should also go on to propose a pro-growth strategy. It's a pro-growth strategy. It's a strategy that allows us as household to engage in solutions. We must have a fair partaking whereby we raise our opinions, our views, and our ideas. And those are acknowledged because nothing without us will ever be something of us. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masilo. I'm assuming you are done with your presentation. Is that so, Honorable Members, Commission Group 5? Okay. I now call for open time. Any honorable member would like to make an input? You are recognized, member? Okay. In the absence of nobody raising anything, we will adjourn for 5 minutes and we'll resume at 10:55. We're giving the panelists from panel 2 discussion to prepare themselves. We'll resume in 5 minutes, honorable members. Honorable members, we seem to not have got all the panel members. Is the DPE official available? All right. Let's accordingly resume. We'll now move to panel 2 discussion. I will ask the secretary to read the topic for the panel discussion.
I'm not. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker and fellow honorable members. So the theme of this panel is balancing tradition and innovation, the future of Braille and technology in empowering blind youth.
Thank you, Secretary.
Thank you.
I will now ask Ms. Honorable Member Zibusiso to chair the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. So my first 2 sets of questions will be directed to Ayanda Msia and Tatu.
Apologies, Honorable Mnguni, if you maybe can just introduce to the House your panel and your panel members.
So, my name is Busiso Mguni, and the topic that this panel will be covering is the future of Braille and technology in empowering blind youth. The panelists include Ayanda Msia, Tato Mufugeng, Kopano Moeti, a DBE official, and Mr. Christo de Klerk. So my first 2 questions will be directed to Ayanda Mufugeng and Tato, Ayanda Msia and Tato Mufugeng. So the first question is directed to Tato Mufugeng. The question goes as follows. As a Braille/digital user, how has your chosen tool shaped your learning and independence, sorry. Tato Mufugeng. Is she still in the bathroom?
Can you repeat the topic?
So, the topic is, right? The topic is the future of Braille and technology in empowering blind youth, right? And the question she should answer, Utato Mufugeng says, as a Braille/digital user, how has her chosen tool shaped her learning and independence? So whether you're using a Braille machine, a Braille display, whatever you're using, that chosen tool that you use at school, how has it shaped your learning? How does it make learning, like how's your experience when you get education at school? And do you feel independent, as in can you do your homework by yourself? Are you coping, literally, is what I'm asking.
Greetings to you all. My name is Tato Mufugeng from Philadelphia. secondary school.
Ma'am, you're not forced to speak in English. You can use an alternative language.
You can use your language. Technology improve life because I can read and write as long as the notes and someone that outlo kgonang ho mpalla and entse ke kgone ho ba like ke kgone ho ba independent ke iketsa dilo tsa ka without o sokodisa batho and thank you.
Yona ko sekolong ya go dumella hore o kgone ho itirela di homework tsa hao and also o nne ready for the test le the exam.
Yes, yeah, and ke gona ho prepare because of ke la se ke na le dintho tse tseng ka di balang hona mo ko motšhining ya safari.
O ikutlwa yang ka di what do you use at school? O spanisang o berekisang hore o ngwale fatshe di notes tsa hao ke braille machine?
No, ke safari braille one and
o ikutlwa bjang ka yona? Is it effective? Like I tlhoke wa itse go na le di load shedding, ho na le load shedding, can you still charge it? Are you able to study?
Yes, as long as fela ena le battery ke charge ya ke kgona hore ke bale le ho ngola. Yes.
So would you like something else, or is whatever they've provided for you at your school okay with you?
You're right because of if it's flat and if it's not charged, I can use maybe braille machine or other machines like those Apex.
Okay, thank you so much. So the next question is directed to Ayanda Msia. I repeat, you do not have to speak in English if it's not comfortable for you. And your question is, what challenges do you face in accessing Braille or technology resources consistently?
Greetings to everyone. My name is Ayanda Msia from Open Air School in Durban in KwaZulu-Natal. One of the main challenges is that not all learning materials are always available in accessible formats like digital text or Braille-ready documents. Access to developed or updated technology can also be limited, especially since resources are expensive. Thank you.
So a follow-up question is, you're saying that resources are expensive, right? So what do you suggest could be done for us to receive, or for schools to receive the necessary resources to get get funding? What do you suggest? What are some of the things we can do to get funding to buy these expensive resources that are essential to make education more accessible for visually impaired people?
Maybe.
Should we strike at the government office?
That's not a good idea. But maybe governments and NGOs can work together to appeal and tell them that for visually impaired learners, it's hard learning without these materials because our disability enables us to understand the work that is given to us in small text or whatever someone may use. So maybe they can try fundraising and yeah.
I hear you, ma'am. So what do you use at school, and does your school work does your school make it easy for you to access whatever you need to, in order for you to study? When tests and exams come, are you prepared? Are you comfortable to write on time?
I use a laptop as a digital tool, and my school makes it very accessible because even if there's load shedding and it dies out, they always make sure there are backup laptops to commence with work and note taking, and it helps me because it instills confidence and it makes me feel more self-reliant, and it helps me because I'm able to complete assignments effectively, do research instantly, and also interact with my classmates and not feel left behind in the classroom and beyond.
Wow, I wish I came to your school. So the next set of questions will be directed to a university/TVET student, and I will need Ukopanometi to answer the following two questions. So the first question is, how accessible are learning resources in higher education for blind students?
Okay, I can't hear myself. Good morning, honorable members. To answer the question, they are accessible. The thing is, you need to reach out to lecturers and support services that are available at said institution. It's not necessarily readily available like in school where your textbooks will be provided in Braille, or they would have edited and formatted your documents accordingly. It's not readily available that way. You usually have to reach out to your support services at the university, and they will make it they will try their best to make it accessible. That could be making the slides PDF, or just removing all pictures and making it Word. It's not necessarily practical to be using Braille at a university, like as in Braille hard copy. So I'm not saying it will be inaccessible, but you will get into the environment and realize that it doesn't work for you because the volumes, the books are like 2,000-3,000 pages in print. So we all know that 3,000 pages in print is going to be volumes and volumes and volumes, which you will not be able to carry around. They do also offer assistive devices where possible, and you can study your material using that. So it is fairly accessible for blind people, but you have to reach for it. It's not readily available like it would have been in school.
Thank you, ma'am. The second question is, what role should universities and colleges play in promoting both Braille and digital inclusion?
I'm going to start with the digital inclusion part. I think that universities and colleges should try to campaign at schools where possible and place a lot of emphasis on computer literacy, because that's the biggest thing. Again, you can't really expect them to buy these, the universities can't always buy the assistive devices. They are very expensive, and if you are in uni, you know that, and you're on funding like NSFAS, for example, they will take your entire degree to get you a Braille assistive device because you have to go back and forth with letters and forms and so on. So if they place emphasis on computer literacy, it will help the students to be digitally included because they can get their books digitally and they can access their books and lecture material on their laptops. Additionally, they can do a orientation week for like, you know, blind students or Braille users who will be at their, like disability units can do an orientation week where they just revise basic computer skills, especially like Word and like Chrome and so on, and your domain, like at our university we have ClickUp/Blackboard, have I don't want to call them a specialist, but somebody who has been using these software. They should have a week where they, before the university, like orientation week, a week where they train students on that so that they can be ready. We have modules like AIM or computer literacy, but that moves very fast and for blind learners or whatever. So we would need more time. And also, if peer-to-peer tutoring can be encouraged a bit. I know we don't have time also, like senior students, we have our other academics and other commitments, but if we do it at least in the first week of school or the first week before every quarter, I think students will not have to struggle with stuff like, you know, they can't do their quizzes on their laptops because they don't know how to operate the domain. And then with regards to Braille, I am not roasting Braille, but I still think it's not like, we can promote Braille with like, with the Braille devices. But again, I said it's expensive to get these devices and, you know, again, using like Braille for as your main mode of study is not practical. So I think like we should still keep Braille and still be able to read it, but I don't think that we should say it should be the only thing, in a sense, that we should be using to be studying. Only when it's necessary, like when you're doing an intricate course like mathematics, physics and whatnot, those have signs and so on and graphs and whatnot. Only then do I think it is necessary to use Braille, but I don't think it should be a big thing for like a humanities course or something like that. So
thank you so much, Ms. Moeti. And as a follow-up question, do you think it's time that high schools or other schools that form part of the Department of Basic Education, which according to my understanding is from grade 1 to 12, right? Do you think it's time they partnered with your Optimas to ensure that students are like computer literate before they actually come to varsity? Because my experience, for instance, when I first got to varsity, I didn't even know where the switch, the button to turn on my laptop is. But if like Optima and you know, Prince of had partnered together, I would most probably have an idea of how to, you know, use a laptop. So do you think it's time we like try and implement such things in place, if possible?
Yes, I do, and I think even we can start teaching this from grade 1, because the same way we learn a Braille keypad, no, I don't know what the word is, Braille keyboard or whatever, and Braille and so on, what is that? Braille cells is what they call it. So, okay, but that's not the right word, but it's fine. No, it's not Braille cells. It's like the keypad of the Braille, okay? So, of the Braille machine. The same way we can learn that in grade 1 and 2, we can, like, I believe that once you are solid with your Braille keyboard, then, we'll use that word, then grade 2, we can start introducing a computer keyboard and learning how to use home row keys and whatnot, like A, S, D, F, and so on. Another thing is that, yes, they should, like, if the teachers are going to complain that there won't be time, then they will, or the principals or whoever the department, they will have to fork out money to pay people from Optima or people like specialists to come in and teach the students how to use the keyboards. And another thing, I think when you get to grade 10, 11, and 12, I think you shouldn't be writing on a Braille machine. You can be reading your script in Braille, but like, so here's the thing. I'm thinking they can give you a Braille script if you want, or not a Braille script, a Braille question paper if you want, and then you can just use a laptop primarily so that you can get used to all of these things. Because I also struggled with literacy when I came in. Like, not so bad, but it's not nice to come in and not know what's going on. Obviously, there's exceptions like mathematics, physics, music. Those things will come along later on, and we will be able to train those staff.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
The next set of 2 questions. From another member.
Apologies for the interruption. Honorable observers in the gallery, you are kindly asked not to make as much interruptions and interactions with the discussions of the speaker, just so that we keep it smoothly transiting. Thank you. Apologies, Chair. You may go ahead with your panel.
So my second set of 2 questions is directed to a DBE office. Okay, I'm being urged to take a comment, so yes, yeah. I don't know if that's okay with the speaker because it's not my house.
No, the panel is yours, Chair.
Okay, so yeah, you can go on, sir.
Good day, everyone. My name is Gauteng Provincial University. So I just wanted to ask what Honorable Speaker has just touched on to say, can we as honorable members in the audience make comments in what the panel discussion is all about?
Maybe honorable members, yes, members of the parliament, members of the house, but not educators and observers in the gallery.
So will the time for such discussions be announced, or we could just...
It's up to the chair. It's up to the chair of the panel discussion.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So since there's a platform for people to also contribute, so from all these 4 questions I've asked, the questions that I've asked, Ayanda Msia, Tato Mufukeng, Kopano Mueti, if there's anybody in the house who wants to comment or who wants to put an input till this far, you're free to do so. However, keep in mind that we do not have time. We want to be out of here as soon as possible. And I'm hungry. I'm joking. But yeah, the floor is open, ladies and gents. Honorable Member, you may proceed.
Gavelo Kekana again. So I just wanted to make just a mini comment from what Honorable Member Kopana has been talking about, to say when it comes to graphical disciplines like your math, physics, and whatsoever, that's when Braille material can be brought up in terms, like in a way of Braille papers and whatsoever. So my comment is that there's a device called graffiti, and that device can still display graphs, like instead of we using papers, because that's not only costing much, but it's also causing pollution. So there are devices that can provide the service of producing Braille graphs. Thank you.
So can I please notify, like, that device that you're talking about? I think it was Ayanda Msia, or yeah, it was her, the lady from KZN. She mentioned that Braille assistive technology is very expensive. So we also need to think with those people who have physics and maths and are visually impaired, how many of them can actually afford to get those such devices? So I think the solution, I would suggest that you think about something that is affordable and yet accessible for Braille users, because it's not everybody who has the courage to walk door by door, company to company, asking for funding. It's not easy to be a beggar. Am I understood? Yeah.
Yeah, and my question is, aren't those Braille books used for graphs expensive also?
The Braille books used for graphs?
Yeah.
As in the diagram books? We buy a diagram book at 250 Rand, and the device you're most probably talking about is over 50,000 Rand. Half of our parents here do not even earn 50,000 Rand per month. So
what is being used to produce that Braille book?
The Braille book is so varsities usually do have a Braille printer, and I'm sure Wits is well developed and also has a Braille printer, so you do get these graphs in Braille if you need.
So also this device that I'm talking about can be provided by the varsity?
Okay, so we will come back and have a discussion in our own private time, because we need to continue. Okay, can I? Okay. Set of 2 questions will be directed to a DBE official. The first question is, what is the DBE's current approach to balancing Braille and education with digital technology for learners with visual impairment?
Good morning, Chair. Yeah, thank you, Chair, for the question. I think maybe that I would like to place this within a particular context. That the way we think about it as the sector, as basic education sector, I'll make an example. That even though I have a computer, I still use my pen. So I think for me that's the view. Although walking is if you look at it in terms of flying and driving, you would think that is a bit old-fashioned, but I still need to be able to walk. So our approach is that we will. What we do is we encourage both Braille and technology. But we know that Braille would be useful in particular instances. But there would be instances where you will need technology because those are contexts that require technology. In other words, where Braille would struggle to do the things that we want to do. But where technology would not struggle would be able to do certain things. But we also understand that technology will also struggle in places where Braille do not struggle. Look, for instance, if you think about context where there is no electricity, where there is no internet access, there could be challenges there, but also that you might not be able to always afford technology, and in the meantime you might have to use Braille. So in other words, we are not seeing them as these two as mutually exclusive. We are seeing them as mutually reinforcing, because the one takes over where the other can't, and the other takes over where the other can't. But we don't believe that what we should be doing is we should be driving everyone to one. In other words, we should all be moving to either technology or Braille. We think that these are mutually reinforcing and they should be used simultaneously depending on what we want to use them for.
The second question is, excuse me, how can the DBE strengthen partnership with the organization to ensure accessible learning materials for all?
We have, as DBE, we have standing meetings with the organizations representing persons with disabilities. The last one was on the 23rd of September. The next one is on the 9th of December. So we have a structured engagement forum with the organizations representing persons with disabilities. We have 4 meetings a year. We engage on a number of issues. Firstly, for instance, in the last meeting, we took a decision that we'll form a group that will be responsible for advocating for the rights of persons with disabilities within the sector and within the communities. So, in other words, what we are doing is that we are working together in all of those and other areas. But also, the minister established an advisory committee to advise the minister on the provision of learning and teaching support material. And they have meetings, and the organizations representing persons with disabilities are part of that structure to advise the minister. But recently the minister has also established an advisory panel to advise on matters relating to basic education. These are all the avenues and structures that we use to make sure that we are on par. And we know that we have a relationship with Blind SA, and in terms of the provision of materials. So we are quite connected in terms of that, but also we've adopted an open door policy where we engage where we can't, because there is a lot to learn in terms of providing services to everyone, in terms of making education as a social good available and accessible to everyone. So what we do is we've created a structured engagement forum for us to deal with issues of mutual concern, and those issues of mutual concern would include issues such as technology, advocacy, dealing with stigma against persons with disabilities, and a lot of other issues. So what I'm saying is that we're working with each other rather than against each other, and I think we've gone very far in terms of that. I think that's testimony. Why on Friday I was at the event organized by the South African Council for the Blind. Yesterday I was here, today I was here. And that's an indication that as a department we are quite committed to working together with persons, with organizations representing persons with disabilities on issues that we think are critical and are of mutual concern. Thank you, Chair.
Sir, as a follow-up question, so we do appreciate the fact that you do engage with all these organizations. However,
part of, like, do you have youth as part of these organizations? Because as the DBE, your target market is mainly the youth. It's the students who you should be talking to. It's the students who you should be finding out what other problems are you faced with, right? Do you guys, do you as the DBE have ways, are communication channels open between you and the youth, or do you get information from the older generation? Because I'd like for you to keep in mind that the problems that are faced with the older generation, or that they think we are faced with, might not exactly be what we are faced with. So this is why we should, like, this is why I think it's like advisable for DBE to be communicating with the youth, for you to find out straight from the horse's mouth as to what challenges are they facing. And if you don't, what do you plan on working towards opening a channel where the youth and the DBE can interact together? Thank you.
Yeah, maybe let me start by saying mine being here is part of that, and it's part of like engaging with the youth, listening to the youth. But also, I think within the sector also we have representative councils of learners within those. So those are also one channel. But I think what I'm going to say is the third one is the issue that I'm like throwing a challenge to young people. There are a few organizations that represent the young people with disabilities. But I must indicate that my experience with them has not been what I want. When I say has not been what I want, is that I think there is like two or three which we have tried to set up meetings with. And I'm saying this so that maybe the youth could assist us with this. Either the meeting have been cancelled in the last minute, and my secretary has set up the meeting, and the meeting is cancelled in the last minute. And recently, I was invited in one of the activities, and the activities got cancelled the day before. So, in other words, I've been struggling to reach out to them, but my door is always open. But we've set up like several meetings with organizations representing young people with disabilities. Have not been successful. And I'm saying, if there is any organization representing young people that is out there, I will make time to meet them even next week. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, sir. Excuse me. So, in absence of Mr. Dina Mutli, the president of Blind SA will be taking over his set of questions. So, Mr. Christo de Klerk, the first question is, why is preserving Braille literacy critical for the future of blind youth in South Africa?
Thank you, Honourable Panel Facilitator, and Honourable Members. Let me start by saying that I believe we should get away from the myth that it is either Braille or technology. There is no tug of war between Braille and technology. They complement each other. I think Comrade Ngobo made a very good point when he said that he has a computer that he uses, but he also uses his pen. Technology develops for everybody, not just for blind people, for everybody, but it has not made pen and ink redundant, so it's not going to make Braille redundant. There are specific applications for both. Earlier somebody mentioned that when you work with technical material, when you work with physical, chemical science, when you work with maths, you're going to struggle to do that with audio only. You could need Braille for that. Another example where you would need Braille, and I take that from my previous life in my youth, I practiced law until I developed a conscience. And in practicing law, when you're in a case, when you're cross-examining for days on end, if you don't have immediate access to your information, you are lost. You must have your notes in front of you. You cannot listen to TTS while you're listening to witnesses. You will lose track of what's going on. So those are examples of applications where you need Braille. There are other circumstances where audio is far better. It's cheaper to produce. It doesn't have volumes of books to carry around. In fact, on my cell phone that's in my pocket now, I have probably some 500 books on it. So there are various ways of using the two, and they complement each other. We use them together. And I think we must firmly come into that mindset that we need both. Thank you, Madam.
Sir, I would like to think that you've answered the second question already when you told the House that Braille and digital devices should not work against each other. There is no tug of war, right? Because my second question I have here says, how can Braille and digital technology be promoted as complementary tools rather than competing ones? So would you like to answer that, or do you also feel that you've already answered it?
Yes, I think we've covered that. I can just perhaps expand a little on the first one and look at the future, because I think that is what we are here for.
Do I need to repeat the first question for you, sir?
I beg your pardon?
Do I need to repeat the first question?
No, it's fine.
Okay.
The place of Braille in future, we've also touched on. I don't think in my lifetime technology is going to be there that we're not going to be able to get by without Braille. So there is still a place, major things about Braille is that it improves spelling when you're working with things like poetry where you need the spatial layout, that sort of thing. And that is going to stay with us, and it is going to enrich our lives into the future. But, of course, we also grow with technology, and it too is going to make life easier for us. I think those replies cover both the questions, Madam Facilitator.
Now on to the next set of questions, which is still directed to you, sir. The first question says, what innovations in assistive technology are most promising for blind youth in education and employment?
Yes, this is a very interesting one. I want to look at two developments, the one specifically for blind persons and another which probably did not have blind people in mind at all, but which is one of the greatest ever. As for developments which enrich the lives of blind people, I think the greatest there, there have been many over the years lately. First of all, when we go back some years, technology excluded blind people. When computers came, blind people were not included until text-to-speech came. And then, the blindness world embraced that technology, and it grew better and better. I don't know if some of you have ever heard those speech synthesizers that came out 40 years ago and what they sound like today. I've listened to podcasts where about 3/4 through the podcast, the voice acknowledged that it was actually an AI-generated voice. I didn't even know it up to that point. So TTS has improved greatly, but the greatest development there specifically is screen readers for smartphones. Because when smartphones came and the world was going smartphones, whether we liked it or not, buttons fell away, and there was just no way a blind person could use that without screen readers for cell phones. And then along came voiceover for iOS and talkback for Android. And that was the most wonderful and probably the greatest development, because a cell phone is a device which is no longer, it's not even just a phone, it is a powerful computer, it is a music and audio device, and by the way, it can also make calls. So to give us access to that, and it is going to greatly enhance work opportunities also. So that, I think, was the greatest development specifically for blind persons. But let me get to the greatest development of all, which is of so much benefit to blind people, but it wasn't designed for blind people. And that is AI, artificial intelligence. I am an AI junkie, let me admit it. I use it many times a day, every day. And the detractors of AI, I must say, and excuse for what I'm going to say, that irritates the hell out of me. People tend to think AI is going to bring the end of the world. You can do mischief with it. Sure, you can do that. But how much mischief can you not do with an aeroplane? Can I remind you of 9/11, where airplanes destroyed 3,000 people? In 1945, airplanes dropped bombs on the islands of Nagasaki and Hiroshima, killing 250,000 people. You can do serious mischief with airplanes, and has anybody ever thought of banning airplanes? You must just control it. But what you cannot do with AI, AI is limited by your imagination. One of the major problems blind people have experienced in the past is access to information. And AI now gives you such quick access to information. It's not like a Google search where you get a lot of links and you've got to investigate further. It gives it to you in digestible format. And there are so many choices, and they are all mahala. You can get paid programs which have many more features, but for most people, the mahala versions are fine. Look at something like Google Gemini, which is by far the fastest of them all, and that's the one I greatly believe in. They can do so much for you. And then developers of applications on mobile devices have embraced AI, and they can do so much for blind people. They describe images. They give you highly advanced OCR capabilities. They can help you match your clothing. They tell you the colors of things. They describe what people look like. Again, you are limited by the imagination. So I think the greatest technology development, and blind people are benefiting so much from it, is AI. Thank you, Chair.
The last question says, how can government, schools, and civil society bridge the digital divide for blind learners?
Chair, they should immediately stop stealing.
Stop stealing?
Stop stealing. And use that money to assist with the prices of these devices and developments. We've heard so many times how expensive they are. Other countries, and we are lagging so very far behind, and I've been to several other countries. In other countries, governments purchase these things for blind persons. Our country does not. They have other priorities, like we're hearing in the Maslanga Commission, for spending their money.
That's deep. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to open the floor up again. Just let's check the time quickly. What time is it? So I would like to open up the floor to 11:55, 9 minutes for people to say, for like the, members of the parliament to say whatever they think and to share final thoughts. I recognize you, ma'am, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I have two questions which are directed to the DBE department. My first question is, since you have been holding these meetings with organizations which represent visually impaired youth, what is the practical impact that you can identify to serve as concrete evidence for your accomplishment to say we have achieved this through those meetings? And my second question is, since Honorable Member Christo de Klerk has mentioned that government departments must stop stealing from the government, what is your response to that, given that you are a government representative, but you are still holding meetings with organizations that represent visually impaired youth? Thank you.
Were those questions directed towards me?
No, it's directed to the DBE.
Oh, thank God not.
Both questions.
State them again.
Oh, should I state them again?
So I think it's better for if the DBE representative answers your question, and then whoever has their hand up now, you can ask after. Is that okay?
You're saying that DBE can answer my questions and then what?
You are getting answered now, right? And then the next person who has to say something will ask or add whatever they have to add after you get your response.
Oh, but both of my questions being answered?
Yes, both your questions are being answered.
Thank you.
Chair, I'm going to start with the last one. The last one is the easiest. I agree, I don't steal, and I believe that people must not steal. Yeah, because stealing is like, it's killing a lot of things, so it shouldn't be. It's not something that we should do. We can't do our work because we don't have money. So I think I agree with that one. The issue around the impact of the engagement, I think the biggest, I'll only cite the biggest two. The biggest is that now we can combine our energies and work together to get things done. For me, that's the biggest. We're no longer fighting. We can now combine our energies and to get things done. But I think secondly is that as a department, I think we are beginning to understand the needs and respond to them, because it's not only inclusive education that is part of this engagement, but it's all the line functions in the sector. It's your infrastructure, LTSM, your HR, all of them being there. And I think that is a big plus. And for the first time, you have everyone listening and everyone combining their energies to get things done. And I think for me, those are the two that are that I see as the major ones. There may be others that fall below those, but for me, those are the two major ones. And they are the two major ones because we can leverage on them to get more things done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. The person who had their hand up after Honorable Gabelo, you are acknowledged.
Good afternoon to the House once again. Standing before you, it's Honorable Masilo. And my first question is the question and a pinpoint. My first question is directed to the DBE. I would like to know, Chair, why is it taking so long for the DBE to finally adopt Braille as the 13th language, the same way they did with sign language? Because I assume as much of other languages are of impact, so does Braille. Mind you, there's still teachers in special schools who have nothing to do with special needs. No Braille idea, no sign language? And why isn't Braille part of the curriculum or the modules in university level? And moving over to the point of theft, so to say, sadly, corruption has delayed so many and so much progress from the DBE. Mind you, if I was to tell you that there's someone in the cabinet in the educational level earning hundreds of Ks, but then there's someone without shoes, would you believe me? I beg you wouldn't. And it's not the fact that the government doesn't have money to supply all the digital technologies required to enhance education. We are just dragging our feet. And because we haven't started, I am telling you we'll never finish. Thank you.
Okay, so if there was a question that needs to be responded to, kindly note that you only have 3 minutes left. Thank you. Continue.
Chair, there is an echo when you speaking from this side, so I could hear the first question was around Braille as a language. Braille is not a language. It is not a language. So I think that question is for me it's like that. Braille is not a language. It's a script.
So font 18 is also not a language.
Pardon?
Font 18, 14, the different fonts you get are also like what you're trying to say is that just as much as large printed text is not a language, Braille is also not a language.
Yes. Yeah.
Which is understandable.
Yeah. So, but I think there's nothing. But I think the question is around the place of Braille. I think I'm suspecting that is around the importance of Braille. I think it's a matter that we've dealt with in our previous questions. I think the other one was around corruption. I couldn't hear whether it was a question, a specific question on corruption.
I'd like to think it was a rhetorical question, so
okay.
It didn't really need a response. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. My job here is done, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
The speaker is gone.
Okay, what are you saying, Chair?
No, we're done, so we can go on recess for 15 minutes now.
All right, honorable members, no, thank you, Chair. Honorable members, this was the most important part of this engagement of this parliament, where you engage with officials. If you feel not satisfied, I think we've got sufficient time. We can give you an extra 10 minutes to engage with Director Ngobo. For all of you in this room, whenever you see a broken Perkins Braille at your school, or your teacher is not able to have notes for you in time, or you don't have textbook for that subject, this is the man to talk to. And as he said, he puts it to you that you ensure that you assist in bringing some of these solutions to life. We are at liberty to give an extra 10 minutes if, of course, without domineering and having the same people asking questions, but for the rest of the learners, this is your opportunity. Please make sure you you express yourselves, you ask the questions. I just would want to okay, I'm told the director left the house, so apologies. It's yeah, no, it's hot in here. I now will ask, yes, we're gonna adjourn for 15 minutes. We'll probably, we're good on time. Thank you, honorable members, we're doing very good on time. Let's adjourn for 15 minutes. And then we're gonna let you know what part of the program we take forward. But according to my program, we should be going on to, we did the motions, honorable members, yesterday. Therefore, as a result, we'll be going to stakeholder feedback. So if any stakeholder feels like they've got anything to respond on, make comment, input, that would be an opportunity for them. So stakeholders, those who came here to observe and who are partners of Blind SA, this is your opportunity to would come and make your inputs. Just prepare for that and be ready. All right, let's adjourn. We'll be back at 12:10. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's back. It's on.
Don't make too much noise.
Emma, wait, Tiago. Honorable Tiago, wait. Honorable members, those of you that were requested to submit your group submissions or resolutions to the Secretary, I'm told that you've not yet done so. May you please, honorable members, make your written submissions. Honorable members from the earlier on commission groups, may you please make your written submissions. I repeat, honorable members, those that were requested to, please make your written submissions to the Secretary in written format at the front here. Thank you. The Secretary is just in front of the Speaker, and that's where you will have to make your written submissions so that we pronounce them during the resolutions. Thank you.
Honorable member, they haven't made way back, so they're still coming back.
And honorable members, they're still
proceeding.
When are we? The mics are on, they're making noise. When are we going to do it?
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have, honorable members, can we please have order in the House? May we please... Ladies and gents, can we please tell our friends to tell the friends that the break is over? Everybody should be back in the House now. And can I please have order in the House? Ladies and gents, can we please have order in the House so that we may continue with what we are supposed to do? And whoever is looking for the Secretary is sitting right in front of me. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please keep quiet so that we may be able to proceed? Can I please have order in my house? So we will be proceeding with session 2. The session 2 that was supposed to take place yesterday, we will be doing it now up until we will have a breakaway session for approximately 52 minutes. And then when you come back, you will give us the feedback from the different discussions that took place. Group 1, Group 2, Groups 3, Group 4, and 5 will be using this exact same venue that you used today and yesterday for session 1 and 3. Am I understood? So Group 1 goes to, is it Auditorium A? Group 4 goes to the auditorium, and so forth and so forth. Am I being does everybody understand where they should be? And the names of the people in the group are in the document that was provided to you that says commissions list. It is there. You just have to look which group you belong to. Obviously, the groups are not the same. Am I understood? We are doing session 2. We did session 3 earlier this morning, ma'am.
5 this morning, ma'am.
It's session 2 from yesterday.
Yeah, we did session 5 this morning and session 2 yesterday, ma'am. So are we doing session 3 now?
No, session 3 was done. So according...
Was not done. But when?
No. On the document titled Commissions at the top, the first page, Commissions Session 2, education and accessibility. What needs to change in schools, colleges, universities to support blind learners or students? That's what you should be doing now. And was it done? Are you sure?
So all the sessions are complete?
Oh, session 3 is not done. Apologies from the speakers. That was session 5.
From this document,
Session 3, you are correct, honorable members. Apologies. Page 5 on the Braille document, session 3, and session 3 reads employment, and the theme is employment and skills. The topic is how can we ensure equal access to jobs and skills development for blind youth? You see that? You will find your names under your commissions, and you go to the respective venue for that commission. Honorable members, may we be back and seated in the House by 12:50.
Same venues.
May we be back by 12:50. You may depart to your venues, and let's be back by 12:50. Yes. Talk to me. That's what you did. Do you have a thing for session 5? Yeah. So can you, guys, do you know your thing for session 5? You don't have? Let me just, I'm having the document here. Just a sec. I'm just seeing somebody's name here. Commission 3. Okay. I'm just checking just a sec. So you don't have a question under session 5? No? Yeah. No, you don't. So that's why you did what's your experience with set-house internships and entrepreneurships? Okay, listen, this is what we can do, guys. Just discuss the overarching theme of session 3. Session 3. Session 5 is done. Yeah, session 3.
Yeah, so by 12:50.
You did session 3, the topic. You answered it, but yeah, you're making sense.
Yeah, by 12:50 you guys
Employment and
okay,
skills
let's say 1 o'clock
already
at least.
presented.
So by 1 o'clock you guys should be back.
Just take a chill.
So just let everybody
Watch
else
this.
know that it's 1 o'clock. Yes, what? I don't know what. Jonas was doing all the announcements after. So I said the thing is 52 minutes, and then he came and said his own appeals. Yes. No. No. I can't. I'm sorry.
Why was it professional? Why was it study personal issues more?
No, Jonas, not 10 to 1. They must come back at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. Tamaya, how?
Members, honorable members.
Lunch is going to be ready at 2, so they must be back by 1. So we have an hour to do this.
Yeah, it's okay. So, there's gonna be session 8 that will be done within that space.
And then Rafet, Soma.
Yeah. After lunch is resolutions and certificates. So they should take the 10 to.
No, Kawan. I won't eat. I get lunch is at 2. No, it's not correct to 2.
You can speak, Chair.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, is everybody back so that the House can resume into session? Guys, are you back? Is everybody back? Group 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, are we all present? Are all the groups? Group 1, are you here? Group 2? Group 3? Group 4? Wow, okay. Group 5? Is group 5 back? There's no group 5, it's only group 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So we have approximately, so it's 1:07. So we have approximately 35 minutes to do this. So each group will speak for at least 5 minutes at most. So 3 to 5 minutes you guys will be addressing the House, okay? Does everybody understand? So after 3 minutes, I will stop you because we are in a rush against time so that we can go get food. Yes, I feel the hunger too, thank you. So the House has resumed back into session, ladies and gentlemen. Can Group 1 please address the House?
Greetings, honorable members. My name is Pimelo Musiana from Prince of School in Gauteng, and I will be answering for Commission 1. The question that says, what are the biggest employment barriers for blind youth? So, the biggest employment barriers for blind youth are that employers aren't willing to accommodate visually impaired workers by buying the assistive technology needed to assist the workers in doing their job. They are not willing to spend the amount of money needed for assistive devices because they are not sure if they'll be able to get back the money that they are spending on this certain employer. Job opportunities aren't showcased in accessible formats to make it easier for blind youth to be aware of them, and there is lack of clear job descriptions. Thank you.
Is the member of Group 1 done addressing the House? Is there supposed to be a next person? Next person, time is ticking. Group 1, should I proceed to Group 2? Thank you so much, Group 1. Can Group 2... Group 2, you have till 1:13 to present whatever you've prepared for the House. Group 2, it's you may please take the stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am Honorable Member Zanele Fikani from Gauteng School. I'm representing Free State. I am going to be talking on what should employers do to improve inclusion. Employer refers to a person or an organization responsible for granting jobs. Inclusion Act of including people in an organization regardless of age, gender, race, or disability. Access improve the quality and provision of an inclusive work environment through. Thank you.
Mike, inclusive hiring practices should also be implemented which means having someone in an interview panel that understands the type of disability the interviewer has. This ensures that one is not misinterpreted. Grant information facilities that accommodate those in the rural areas, like awareness and programs, should also offer mentorship. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Group 2. Am I clear? Can everybody hear me? Thank you so much, Group 2. We will now proceed to Group 3. Group 3, please present whatever you've prepared for us to the House. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable members in the House. I'm Jaren Govea from Provincial School in Pretoria, Gauteng. Our committee was tasked on how technology and assistive tools can be better leveraged to create opportunities for blind youth in the workplace. We say that it must be mandatory for workplaces to make short courses for their HR to be able to accommodate people who are blind or visually impaired in the future. Honorable Anga will speak on the behalf of the Braille users. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Speaking in front of you is Honorable Anga Njikazi, representing Mason Lincoln in Durban, KZN, which is the province. I will be speaking on behalf of the Braille users. As the previous Honorable has mentioned that it is not compulsory these days, or it was never compulsory for the businesses to train their staff on how to take care of people with blindness. It has to start now. It will be beneficial for the blind people or people using Braille to be able to communicate, and even some of them can get opportunities of being secretaries. This will open doors for people with blindness. Thank you.
Has Group 3, is Group 3 done
No.
addressing the House? Not yet? Okay.
Jesus. Greetings to you all. I, Honorable Sibale Nonkondlo from Eastern Cape at Samuhle Special School for the blind and visually impaired children. Technology and assistive tools can be better leveraged to create opportunities for partially sighted people in the workplace by providing them with adaptive software as screen magnifications, tools, text-to-speech systems, and high contrast display options. Implementing accessible digitals can also help visually impaired or partially sighted workers to do their work perfectly and to not depending on other employees to assist them. Thank you.
Ladies and gents, the IT group is asking that when you guys speak, please ensure that you're not too close to the mouth. So to ensure this, just put your put your fist in between you and the mic. That ensures a safe distance. Am I understood? Is Group 3 done? Has Group 3 completed addressing the House? Not yet. No, unfortunately, time is up, so I'm sorry. Can we please proceed to Group 4? Group 4, can you please address the House?
Distinguished guests, members of Parliament, good day to one and all. My name is Mbali Dawetsi. I'm coming from KZN in Pietermaritzburg. I'm the learner in Ataplaxo School. We are going to answer the questions: what roles can mentorship, network, and peer support play in advising careers, development for blind youth? I'm going to talk under mentorship. The importance of mentorship, networking, and peer support need to be discussed so that visual impact youth can be knowledgeable that will help them to carry along with them their skills of adapting into their career paths, which will help them to become independent when pursuing their careers. The roles of mentorship. The mentorship plays a vertical role supporting blind youth, providing them with guidance, encouragement, and empowerment. Roles model. Blind mentors can serve as inspire roles model, demonstrating that blindness is not a barrier to success. A mentor can share practical skills and strategies for navigating everyday challenges such as mobility, braille, literacy, and assistive technologies. Thank you.
Has Group 4 completed addressing the House? You guys still have a minute left. Has everybody who was supposed to speak said everything they needed to say? Okay. No? Yes? No?
No.
Yes? No?
No.
Okay, can the last speaker please speak till 20 past?
Greetings, everyone. My name is Ayandam Sia from Open Air School in Durban and KwaZulu-Natal. The Commission agreed that networking plays a role in advancing career development for blind youth by opening doors to opportunities, mentorships, and growth. Through networking, they can connect with professionals who guide and support them in finding internships, jobs, and training programs suited to their goals. It also helps them build confidence, communication skills, and self-advocacy, which are all essential for career success. Additionally, networking raises awareness about their abilities, promoting inclusion, and breaking down misconceptions in the workplace.
Thank you so much, Group 4. Are we sure that Group 5 is not available? Okay, so the House can adjourn. Lunch is ready. Hooray! Yay! Let us go and eat, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Jonas, please come brief me what's going on. Spudlas, Marira Lanju. Come brief me what's going on. Session 8, all of it.
You give Tandile to be the chair. She's going to be the chair like...
I don't need to stand. Do I need to stand? Hmm? Okay, it's fine.
And then okay.
Say for yes. So I don't need to stand. Do I need to?
Gentlemen, can we please have order in the House? The House is back in session. Ladies and gentlemen, can the noise please die down? The House is back in session. I trust and believe we are now all full, all happy, and I will now be handing over. So we are doing session 8, which is the response by the stakeholders, and I will be handing over to Ms. Tandile Butana, the CPL of Blind SA. Thank you. Can we please have order in the House? Can everybody please keep quiet? Thank you, ma'am. We'll take over.
Is my mic on?
I did it.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and good afternoon, everyone in the House, honorable members, and the guests that are sitting at the gallery. Firstly, before I can start, we will be having some responses from different stakeholders, starting with the 3 major ones, and then we will give an opportunity to other stakeholders that may be available in the House to give a short response or short comment on the process that we've done since yesterday. And I would like to have a strict timekeeper so that we don't have people that speak 20 minutes and others don't have time to speak. Do we have a timekeeper here?
I'll keep the time, thank you.
We'll keep the time. What's the time now?
The time is
14:07. That means 45 minutes ends at what time?
It's 2:53.
Okay, thank you. As I mentioned before, I'm going to start with the 3 major stakeholders. That is the partnership between Blind SA, Gauteng Provincial Legislature, as well as the Department of Basic Education. I'm not really sure if the GPL representative or political head is within the House yet, but I was promised that he would be in as soon as possible. May I kindly ask the CEO of Blind SA, who is the main person in organizing this event, to please respond to the young people that are in this house today. Over to you, Mr. Jasne. You can speak from where you are, sir.
Good afternoon, members of the House, the honorable speakers, and our chair lady for the session. I think on behalf of Blind SA, firstly...
Sorry, sir. I'm giving you 7 minutes.
Okay. On behalf of Blind SA, we'd like to acknowledge our gratitude to the Department of Basic Education and the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, as well as the Provincial Departments of Education. But we'll talk more about that later on. We thought it would be important for me just to respond to one or two of the discussions and outcomes that have been taking place since yesterday. And as you are aware, this is the third National Youth Parliament we are hosting. And the need for hosting such a parliament came from the need for Blind SA to develop capacity and develop leadership in our young blind and partially sighted persons to join our branches throughout the country and to take over governance as leaders of the organization. Many of us in the organization are aging, and we needed to bring in fresh ideas, younger people to take the baton and develop services to empower blind and partially sighted persons. So one of the comments I think was said was, how do we involve youth? And how do we represent youth issues? At Blind SA, we have 4 important committees: that's advocacy and information, education and early childhood development, accessible publication, equipment and assistive devices, and then economic empowerment. And we set up 2 committees that cut across all those service areas, and the one being women, youth, women and gender-based violence, and the other is youth. So through the youth, we have a committee that is set up, and they have links to the 52 branches that we have in the country, as well as engaging with other stakeholders, institutional stakeholders, as well as issues that affect young blind people. So the youth committee brings those issues up or advocates on behalf of young people to raise those issues. We also empowered our youth in the last 2 youth parliaments, and it said they have a responsibility to go to schools, to the schools they come from, and to create advocacy at that level with the learners and with the school management team in terms of the issues that have been raised in the past and issues that will arise in the future, so that you must be able to self-represent yourself. You must be able to lobby, create awareness, and take up issues at that level. So I just wanted to say, as young people, you have this responsibility. Okay? The issue around access to banking services, it's a great concern for Blind SA, and we set up a committee that we've been working for the last number of years. We've engaged with the Banking Association of South Africa, as well as the Financial Services Conduct Authority, to ensure that we have accessible banking for us. I think the issues you raised are the issues that have been tackled. We've involved the Human Rights Commission. We are at very advanced stages now of ensuring that the banks meet their legal as well as moral obligations in terms of universal access and design, and making sure that their customers as blind and partially sighted persons, we have equal rights and equal opportunities. The other area that I thought that I'd just give you feedback on is around education. And I think Mr. Nkobo, the Director of Education, and yesterday you had the Director for Social Cohesion speak, and we have been taking these issues up with them. The first one is around accessible learner-teacher support material. As a result of the advocacy, we have a court order from the Gauteng High Court of 2019 that gave the Department of Education 36 months in which to ensure that every child had material in an accessible format and that there were accessible assistive devices and adaptive technology provided. Unfortunately, the department has not complied with the court order fully as yet. And Blind SAE, with Section 27, as well as negotiations at different levels within the department, are continuing to advocate on this matter. We also participate in the Ministerial Advisory Committee on Learner-Teacher Support Material in terms of the quality of education of blind learners, as well as in the ministerial task team that is set up to look at the review of White Paper 6. So the concerns that you raise here are concerns that we've been taking up there. So maybe the last point I want to mention there is in terms of the lack of accessibility for blind and partially sighted learners to get science, technology, engineering, and maths. That limits your access then to university and other professions and occupations that you can benefit from. Because we don't have maths and science, it therefore limits us. So we've taken up that issue with the department. And last week, we've been raising the issue of Braille, that Braille must be a subject, must be on the curriculum, and must be on the school timetable. At last year's youth parliament, it emerged that at one of the schools, learners were saying that the school was not enabling them to learn Braille and to use Braille. They wanted parents to give authorization for the learners to be taught in Braille. And we've raised that issue with the Department of Education as well as with the school principal. And we're trying to find a way of how that school must be capacitated so that the learners must have the opportunity. We find that as you grow older, many people lose their sight and they become illiterate. And that's what's going to happen to many of those persons who are not being allowed to learn at school using Braille. I think that the debate you had about technology and Braille was very clear. We're not saying that it's one against the other. You must use technology and Braille to complement each other. And I think to this the misconception that was said, and I heard Mr. Nkobo clarify that Braille is not a language. And there's a lot of sighs and sounds I heard in the gallery, as well as from the house. Just to confirm with you, Braille is not a language. Braille is a script, it's a medium, it's a mode of us being able to read and write. So we must be able to clearly define that Braille is that kind of script, and that is why we in South Africa have unified Braille so that all 11 written languages, we use similar codes, particularly for the punctuation and the symbols and those things.
Thank you, sir.
So therefore, it is important that we must be able to, as young people, do research, engage in discussions, so that some of the misconceptions that we have can be dealt with. So thank you for participating here. We trust you will enjoy this experience and go back home and network continually. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Jason. Yeah, thank you. You see that some of the things that you were saying in this Parliament in this 2025 session, some of the information is misinformation, and it is important that you align yourself. We encourage networking so that you get the information that is most recent and not use the old information to debate. Some of the things had been done, but unfortunately, because you are not connected, that is why you are not aware. I will
Ms.
say...
Mbutane, can I please interrupt for
Yes,
a little
sir.
bit?
Yes,
so
madam.
can everybody who did not bring in their resolutions, all the members of parliament who did not hand in their resolutions to our secretary, Mr. Thabo Sejane, please do so right now. He is sitting in front of me. He is the man with the black shirt. Wow, I don't think that helps because I'm born. But please bring in your resolutions as soon as possible. Thank you. Mrs. Mbutane, you can carry
May we
continue.
please, if you have not sent yours, just raise your hand. I hope there are service staff inside here. They will come to you and get it so that we minimize movement. Thank you very much. As I was saying, you need to network so that you get the information that is a fact today, not what was happening in the previous years. Let's now call upon Mrs. Dululu from the Department of Basic Education, who is representing Mr. Bottoman, who could not unfortunately be with us today. He was here yesterday. Ma'am, can I hand over to you? Thank you.
How many minutes?
7 minutes.
Oh, okay. Oh, now it is on. Eh? Yes. Good afternoon. Molweni. Dumelang. My name is Dululu, as indicated, and my surname is Hlachanin. I work for the National Department of Basic Education, and I work with Mr. Bottoman under the directorate called Social Cohesion and Equity in Education. And largely, our responsibility really touches on issues of human rights, gender empowerment, values in education, as well as care and support in teaching. That's broadly what our directorate is responsible for. But also, in terms of gender empowerment, that is where I particularly lead. And those are issues that speak to equity and equality, as well as issues that speak to gender-based violence, or broadly rather speaking, violence prevention. I saw from your program that you had one of the sessions that you dealt with, I think a day ago or more, was an issue that speaks to building safer schools, or building safer and inclusive schools. And I think there you touched on issues that sit within our branch, which is teen pregnancy, gender-based violence, and HIV and AIDS. And all of these issues, I hope you had enough time to deliberate and have some resolutions about, because it is also important for us as the department to get a sense as how does the department can best support you in terms of ensuring that we are building safer and inclusive schools. Your colleague previously just indicated some of the issues that still need to take place, and one of what is very important, in my opinion, is the issue of advocacy. And you link advocacy and networking, because a lot of the work that you still have to do relies heavily on you advocating for it, but also ensuring that you network with the relevant stakeholders that are supposed to move your work forward. Secondly, around issues of advocacy, I want to also indicate to say that advocacy is both public and private. and public government in large. And when I say government, I really mean government. I don't necessarily mean one particular department, because your issues might sit across a number of departments. But you need to ensure that you work with all of those departments, Department of Basic Education being one of them. The ministerial task team, I like the fact that I get this information from you that there is some work that is around that in reviewing of paper 6, right? And I think it is important as this structure to ensure that you are inclusive enough in terms of your mandate and in terms of your participants, so that each and every word or each and every participant or a body then has a word in terms of that review, because that would be a change mind opportunity for this body to actually ensure that during the review all of your issues that you want to be dealt with are really attended to at that senior structure. My last point, I think it's about the accessibility of the LTSM, which is the learner teacher support material, and that includes a lot of your devices, I think, digitally, large prints and all of those things. And it's a pity that the department has not fully complied into that, but me sitting here, I am encouraging your advocacy, a strong advocacy within the department, because if there is a court order, it means the department doesn't have any other way but to ensure that it complies with that court order. And the department is the department that is inclusive of people with disabilities and is inclusive of all the issues that then arise out of that. So, yeah, thank you very much for giving us as the department an opportunity. And I think moving forward, we will, of course, be one of those partners that constitutionally we are bound together. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Dululu, on behalf of Blind SA and the National Youth Parliament 2025, for coming to respond to some of the issues that had been raised by this Parliament. And hopefully, going forward, you are going to work with us to make sure that whatever that had been done wrongly, we correct together. Yes. I'm not sure if the representative of Gauteng Provincial Legislature is here yet. Can I get an indication? Okay, kindly indicate when he is here. Thank you. Those stakeholders, we have civil society that has honored our NIP 2025. Anyone of those who would wish to make a comment or respond, or anything that you think we can work together to make this initiative work for the society, can you please, wherever you are, hopefully you are not upstairs, if you wish to say something, I will give you 2 minutes each.
That's a long time. Good
okay, 3.
Good afternoon, Honourable Speaker and Honourable Members. My name is Nolan Pillay, and I'm from Be the Best Version of Yourself Foundation. I must be honest, just by listening to the youth in the last 2 days has really motivated me much more to be working with them and helping them, especially from a point of inclusivity. So just to give you a background, our relationship with Blind South Africa started about 18 months ago. And one of the projects we are working on is to take the blind people up Mount Kilimanjaro in August of next year. So we have Honourable Tandile Butane and Honourable Jonas Ndlovu, who will be joining us so far. So we intend to raise as much funds as possible to help them with their NGO as well. The other project that we're working on is with the youth. So we work on various youth programs. One of it is called Project 1 Million, and Project 1 Million is to help 1 million youth in South Africa from a mindset point of view, from a mentorship point of view. A lot of the youth that were speaking this morning and yesterday, you are asking for mentorship and how we can help you with the confidence that when you walk into a workplace, you are already ready. So these are some of the programs that we actually do. We host a lot of youth summits as well, where we get the youth together and we listen to what you got to say. But more importantly, besides listening, we act on what you got to say to us as well, because anything without action is fruitless anyway. So once again, I'd like to thank you for offering me the opportunity, and to Blind South Africa for giving us the opportunity to be here over the last 2 years. We are thankful and grateful, and thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm not sure if Nolan mentioned the organization is coming from. Did you?
It's called Be the Best Version of Yourself.
Yes.
Now, just the name in itself means we help as many people as possible to become your best self. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I hope every one of you who were nominated by your schools and came here to this parliament, you gave the best of yourself, and hopefully when you go back, you exercise the same, because you need to be the advocates. You need this initiative is meant to promote leadership and activism amongst young blind persons. And through you, the other learners from your respective schools, the other young people in your communities will learn and exercise leadership and activism within the sector and within the communities. Okay, thank you so much. We have another stakeholder that would like to say something. And please introduce yourself, then get into it.
Good day, honorable members. I'm Sholofajo Malohodi. I represent SADC Youth and the Black Management Forum. And I actually have a couple of recommendations to the House. So what I would like to see from ongoing conversations in this type of forum is that it will be great or considerate to invite the DH, which is the Department of Higher Education and Training. And this will be an enabler for us to create awareness and promote this type of programs, because what I know for sure is that, you know, referring back where I used to work, I used to work at TUT at some point as a student assistant. And we used to have these types of deliberations where the department that deals with disabilities would actually listen to our recommendations when we would write them. And at some point, some of the student advocacies, they would implement the recommendations that we would have to the Department of Disabilities in that higher institution. And another thing that I would love to see is that next time, please invite researchers that are living with disabilities so that they can be able to tell their lived experiences. And this will broaden up in terms of collaboration, because what I've picked up so far is that we have learners from different provinces, and I applaud them for already taking a stand of them expressing how it feels like to wanting to be seen, to be wanting to be included in the system where they are almost forgotten. Also, I would love to see the Minister of Women, Youth and Persons Living with Disabilities being part of these platforms. What I've also picked up is that, you know, when I came here, it's actually a learning curve for me as well. It became somehow a culture shock being part of people that are living with disabilities. And at times I would try to help, next thing I'm over helping. And it will be great that you bring everybody together so that we can have that simulation of unity, to understand their challenges, their daily basis challenges, and how we can also integrate them in terms of assisting them here and there. Lastly, what I've also picked up here is that as much as we are in the Gauteng Legislature, there are some learners that are from different provinces. So it's more like I'm here in Gauteng, but somehow this is a national dialogue due to different people from different provinces. So next time, Chair, I recommend that when a forum like this is open, let's just be clear, is this only for Gauteng people? And if it's only for Gauteng people, identify relevant stakeholders that will be able to propel this forward in terms of implementation, in terms of action items. And same thing with Limpopo ones. Whatever that works from here, we can get to leverage it in other provinces. That's all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I could not clearly get the name of the forum that you're coming from, but it's fine. I'll see it on the attendance register. I must say, I choose not to comment on the recommendations. They are very important, and Blind SA is taking note of them, but I will not comment further than that for reasons best known by Blind SA. But we are free, open for further conversation with your forum. Thank you very much. Maybe I need to say this. When we refer to persons with disabilities, we refer to them with people or persons with disabilities and not living with disability. It's just a passing comment. Thank you very much, ma'am. Much appreciated for you coming through and observing and having such wonderful recommendations, and we are noting them, as I said. Okay, I have few minutes, very few minutes that I can use. May I have one delegate from each province? I will call provinces. If 2 seconds passes and you have not raised your hand, I will pass. Okay? So may I have one representative from Gauteng to say something just for 30 seconds on the process that we started yesterday until today? Not the youth from branches, from the schools. One from Gauteng. 3, 2, 1. Any hand?
Greetings, honorable members. My name is Pimelo Musiana from Prince of School in Gauteng, and this was my first time attending such an event, and it was a very great experience because you get to see the different problems that we face as people with visual impairments, and you get to share your views, and I hope that we'll be able to see the change happen for us, because it's good to know what's this? It's good, it will be a good thing if we see our lives improve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I won't respond one by one. I will speak when everyone is done. Okay, another 3 seconds. I'm giving to Limpopo. 1 rep from Limpopo. 3, 2, 1. Any hand? No hand from Limpopo. Oh, okay.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Nana Somhuba from Setotolani School for the Blind and Deaf.
Leadership voice, please.
Well, I am happy to be here because I feel free to speak my mind And I feel like all the problems that I speak here, they're gonna fix for the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now go to Northwest. 3, 2, 1. Any hand?
Yes, I'm here, ma'am.
Thank you.
My name is Iteo Homoswe. We are from Northwest. Thank you for the opportunity that you gave us. If we couldn't be here, we couldn't know any knowledge that the honorable members shared, the experience, the information. And lastly, I would like to request that all the ideas that were raised here and the strategy, may it please be adopted because they are with values. I thank you.
Thank you. Another province will be Empuma Koloni. 3, 2, 1. Any hand? Okay.
Good afternoon to our honorable members. I'm sitting here is Honorable Nkanyiso Mhlauli from Ifata School for the Blind and Deaf. It is my first time to be here in your National Youth Parliament, and you give us support, motivation, and knowledge. And I'd like to thank you for the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Then another province, let's go to KwaMhlabu yaLingani, KwaZulu Natal. 3, 2, 1. Any hand? None. Okay.
Greetings once again, honorables. Honorable Anganjikazi speaking, representing KZN. Name of the school is Mason Lincoln. I would like to say how very happy I am about seeing people with visual impairment talking and speaking fluent English, because long ago people believed that disabled people cannot do things. They believed that people with disabilities or with visual impairment did not know anything. I think even the reason why now, I'm not sure, but I think even the reason why, I think even the reason why now, in nowadays, that some governmental businesses or institutions say that people with disabilities must be the first to be hired is because they saw the potential, because you might find out that a disabled person or a visually impaired person is more intelligent or insightful more than a normal person. Thank you, disabled person. Thank you, visually impaired people. We are proud of you. Thank you.
Is it the last province? Let's now go to Westkap. Westkap, Western Cape. 3, 2, 1. No hand. Yes, ma'am. There are hands.
Which one?
Ooh, you can get up.
Oh,
Yeah, you can proceed, honorable member. Proceed.
Should I go? Okay. I am Honorable Jean-Charles Arendse from Pioneer School representing Worcester Western Cape. We would just like to say to Blind SA and their stakeholders, thank you very much for this past 2 days. We've definitely learned a lot, each one of us. It's our first times, and we're very excited to take what we've learned here and go back into our provinces and our communities and make changes so that more disabled people can be independent, inclusive, and educated. Through this event for the past 2 days, we've also seen, or you've also encouraged us, to use our voices and to bring change and make history. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Whilst the young people from our branches are thinking who's going to raise their hand, may I please call on one educator representative, one, to just grab a mic that is nearby, and after the young people, you will say something. Youth from the branches, 3, 2, 1. No hands.
Not me, this one.
It's my microphone. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabelo Kekana. So
I can't hear you. Are you a lawyer or what?
You mean my audibility? Oh.
Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kabelo Kekana. I'm from one of the youth branches, BWO Orion. What I could say is that this is my second time being in the National Youth Parliament, and from the experience that I've heard in the first one till now, there seems to be progress, and I'm very proud of that progress, because at first, since I was in high school, I thought there was any implementation as far, though even now we cannot see the practicality of that implementation. From what we've heard from different departments in this parliament, I hope that implementation would have progress continuously, and we're also hoping to see a lot of progress and resolutions to many problems. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm told I'm left with 3 minutes. Do we have a teacher that is here? Not yet. She must or he must run. At least they can see. Whilst we are waiting for her or him, are you here? Okay, thank you. Oh my word. Sorry. Before you, teacher, I can't do this to my kids. Sorry for calling you kids. To my honorable members, I forgot Free State. How can I do that? Free State, Vrystaat, Hak. 3, 2, 1.
Afternoon. My name is Ontadil Dia from Bartimer School for the Deaf and Blind in Free State. As I'm studying here with a very huge pride that I have learned so many things in here in the Parliament. I would like to thank the Blind SA with this event, because I've learned so many things in here. So I'm like, I don't have, the way I'm too excited, I don't have words to say, but what I will say thank you for the support, guidance, mentorship, and thank you.
Thank you very much. And over to you, fellow educator.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ms. Arendse. I'm from Pioneer School, Worcester, Western Cape. We are grateful as teachers and educators that you are raising the awareness and the standard and a spirit of excellence in our learners, that they could come here and they could build confidence in being advocates for those who are challenged in different areas, mostly visually impaired. I stand here not just as a parent, as a teacher, but also as a parent. And it makes me proud that my daughter is in grade 12 at that school, and that she can be educated because of the decisions that is being made by young people here. We are thankful for that you will do even more, and that you are collaborating with the different education departments. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. My time now is up. Thank you very much for being such a wonderful audience for my session. And I hope everything that the stakeholders have said here will not end up here. We are soldiers that need to go out and fight for the rights of these young people. And you young people, it is your responsibility to tell us what to do and make us accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable CPL. That was Ms. Mbutana. Everybody, please, another round of applause. Thank you.
Another teacher would like to say something, and apparently she ran all the way down to say something.
Was she doing gymnastics?
Yes. She was, yeah.
I will give you at least a minute, ma'am.
Thank you. Rise, teacher, rise.
Sanbonani, Dumelang, Abshen, Namaste. Again, honorable members, Madam Speaker, I know you're expecting me to speak in English. Unfortunately, I love my language so much. Anyway, bengithi nje resibonge ulusha malikhuluma kahle kanje. Konke sikufundile namhlanje sizokuthatha soqala kabusha naseyikoleni ngoba kuyafuneka ukuthi sivuselele ulusha lwethu. Bazazi ukuthi bangobani. I am proud of each and every one of you, honorable members. You've made an incredible input and you've opened our eyes. This is not the first or nor the last sitting of young parliamentarians to sit in these sessions in the sessions like this. And I hope whatever input that you have made, the ideas that you have imparted to all stakeholders, they will take them to heart and make some changes, necessary changes that will enable both the young minds and us as teachers to move forward and ensure that your voices have been carried out and your voices are being heard by each and everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Now we'll be moving over to session 9, where we will be giving the resolutions and declarations. And this will be done by a great leader of ours, Mr. Mr. Thabo Sejane. So I hand it over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, fellow parliamentarians, and the previous feedback, which was absolutely insightful. Honorable members, I hereby present resolutions. So these resolutions are resolutions that the House adopted as resolutions to go to Blind SA and, in extension, the Youth Committee. So yesterday we identified 3 and today we identify 2. But just to clarify, this does not mean we ignore other points that were not identified or are not classified as resolutions. But these are points as a matter of a technique that this parliament adopts as resolutions. And I'd like to reiterate to our motion chairpersons, our chairpersons yesterday, whose resolutions were adopted, to kindly table this to the secretary, because the speakers have been reiterating that, but yeah, it seems to not having any cooperation. But if you know that you were a chairperson yesterday and you did not, or you haven't yet submitted your motion, your protocol, your report, it's important to do that. If maybe you would want to clarify your motion, you are more than welcome to do that, even after this sitting, through your teachers. So our first resolution here, which emerged from the sitting that we had yesterday, is that, okay, beg your pardon there, is that this House believes that the South African government is not doing enough to support the socio-economic empowerment of blind and partially sighted youth. This motion was presented by Honorable Kgothatso Masilo, and it was also opposed by Honorable Refuwe Moses. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. And then ultimately, Honorable Masilo, as the chairperson of that particular motion, adopted, or he moved for adoption, and it was accordingly seconded by Honorable Nkanyiso Mhlauli. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. So our second resolution that emerged from the motion as well is that inclusive education for blind youth remains a promise, not a practice. A lot of arguments emerged from that conversation. It was a very constructive dialogue between the parliamentarians, and that was presented by Honorable Simpiwe Ntuli, and here there was no any opposition, so the motion was moved for adoption by the chairperson, which is Honorable Ntuli, and it was seconded again by Honorable Nkanyiso Mhlauli. The last resolution that came from the motions we had yesterday is that this House would require all employers to meet disability employment quotas with enforceable penalties. Fellow parliamentarians, this was presented by Honorable Boitumelo Mokoena, and it was put for opposition by Honorable Diego Tobejane. Although there were, I'd say arguments against that and arguments for that, but ultimately that motion as well was adopted as a resolution, and it was seconded by Honorable Kekan. So from the motions we had yesterday, we had 4 of those, and then 3 of those were adopted as resolutions, and the other one, which says this House believes that assistive technology should be freely provided to all learners with visual impairments. That did not or was not adopted because there was no seconder to that effect, and that was presented by Honorable Olwande Ngono. I hope I'm reading that correctly. So those were resolutions that were adopted yesterday, and today we only identified, or not even, it's not a matter of identification here, but only 4 resolutions were adopted by the parliamentarians, and those emerged from session 5, which was partly talking about the accessibility, health, and inclusion. So there we had Commission Group 1, which was presenting on the accessibility of public services in their respective communities. And the resolution that was inferred therefrom is that there must be a specialized training to be provided to staff. But we are yet to receive, in fact, the responsible honorable member had already sent the resolution. We just have to get the essence of it, and then we'll put down, or we'll reduce it to writing. And then the last one for today, which was adopted as a resolution as well, it stems from the submission made by Commission Group 2 in the same session, which was session 5. And that dealt with how is it okay, this one? Yes. How can digital services such as banking, education, and voting be more accessible for blind people? So in that, we are waiting the exact stipulation of the resolution, because they have not yet submitted their written resolution. Fellow parliamentarians, it is important to understand that the adoption of this resolution does not necessarily imply that Blind SA is going to perform all this independently. But it simply means that Blind SA, through its offspring, which is the Youth Committee, is going to identify these resolutions as their main objectives, and those objectives will only, or can only be attained by collaborating with other stakeholders like your Department of Basic Education. And one of the parliamentarians mentioned that sometimes it seems like there's no practical implementation. But to clarify this, these resolutions are, as I already mentioned, forms part of the main objectives of the Youth Committee. So the Youth Committee has to report on this more constantly and continuously. So it's not like we Blind SA is just taking note of this, but at some point the Youth Committee will have, or it must collaborate with other stakeholders to attain this. This also resembles the fact that Blind SA is aiming to promote the voices of visually impaired youth, and through these resolutions it shows that Blind SA is intending to achieve a concrete consequences about what you said here. So Blind SA is not only doing this as an abstract exercise, but with these resolutions, Blind SA is going to achieve concrecy out of this. Honorable Speaker, I think that's all from me. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Sejane. Now for the resolutions, they will be presented by Honorable Kabelo Kekana. Honorable Kabelo Kekana, please try to keep it as brief as possible. Thank you. Oh, pardon me for that. It's declarations. I'm sorry, declarations.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Kabelo Kekana. I'm from Wits University. I'm just going to quickly go through the declarations of this Parliament adopted by the Parliament. Youth Parliament Declaration 2025, adopted at the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, 5th October 2025. Our theme was Vision Behind Sight, advancing inclusive education and equal participation in South Africa. We, the blind and partially sighted youth of South Africa, furthered at the National Youth Parliament 2025, declare our vision for a more inclusive, equal and accessible future. First declaration, it's education. Inclusive education must be real, not just policy. Accessible learning materials such as Braille, audio, large print, and digital. Trained teachers who understand visual disability. Clear monitoring and accountability from Department of Basic Education. Second declaration, jobs and skills. Government must support blind youth with businesses, internships, and training. Workplaces must be accessible and inclusive. Disability employment quotas must be enforced with real consequences. The third one, accessibility and health. Public transport, health facilities, and community spaces must be accessible to all. Youth need mental health and psychological support services. Universal design should guide all development in South Africa. Our pledge as youth, we commit to advocate for inclusion, support each other, hold leaders accountable, be part of the change. Our call to action, we call on government, employers, civil society, and communities to act now on inclusive education and job creation, invest in assistive technology, report progress to youth and disability organizations every year. Together, we destroy barriers. Together, we build an inclusive South Africa. Signed, youth delegates. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kekana. Yeah, thank you. That's my cue, ladies and gents.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable members, thank you, Honorable Kekana, for the reading of the declarations. As we are, this was our third last item. So our second last item, Honorable members, I will now call for all the MPs who agree with the declaration that was just read out by Honorable Kekana to will sign, to put their signatures beside their names, to agree or to confer and confirm their assignment to the declaration, which will be giving direction to what should be done next, what steps should be taken forward, especially when engaging stakeholders, whether state actors, national and sub-state actors. So I will ask the service personnel to please circulate with a pen the paper that was just read out by Honorable Kekana for the MP's signatures. Again, this is voluntary. If you do not agree with the declaration that Honorable Kekana just read out, you may not sign. However, if you agree with the declaration, please accordingly be signatory to the declaration. We will we'll go through the process of signing, honorable members. I trust and hope that can be concluded within the next 5 minutes, after which we'll have a presentation of certificates. We will ask Ms. Tandeka and the team, the GPL team, after assisting with signatures, Ms. Tandeka will be here giving directions as to how it is that we will proceed with the handing of certificates for participation in the Blind SA 2025 National Youth Parliament. We will now commence with the signing of the declaration, honorable members.
And while doing that, ladies and gentlemen, there's a member of parliament who lost an amount of up to 200 rands. That is money that will be used to transport that member. Guys, please give it back. If you saw it, please don't be a thief. Thank you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is found. Okay.
Honorable Jace and Christo, please come forward for preparations for the next item. Thank you. Yeah, it's Jason Christo. I'll call them. I hope they're coming now. Are they on their way? They should.
Oh, do you want us to do?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, honorable members, the Speaker of the House. We're just trying to get our logistics together to do this particular session. We are requesting if the educators from the schools could please join us in the chamber so that together with the honorable members would be able to receive the certificates on behalf of your schools. Can we start? Is Christo here? Yeah. Yeah.
You can't speak. Please hold on. You can't. Protocol we told you can't speak before the speaker introduces you to the house. So
No, she did.
Did she do that?
Yes.
Okay. Apologies.
Yes.
I missed. Okay. No. Thank you. Please proceed. The teachers are not yet here.
Yeah.
But they're being called.
Is Christo here?
Yes.
Yeah. He's standing there. Yeah.
Do you want him to sit next to you?
No. He's going to hand the certificates out.
Okay.
Yes. So.
My mic, okay, thank you. Can we please have order in the House? The 5 minutes to sign the pledge has now passed. And the next item, as Honorable Jonas mentioned, that is the handing out of certificates. However, when we will be calling out your name so that you can come forward, and as you come forward, please stand and wait up until everybody has received their certificates. This will allow us to take a picture, a group picture with everybody. So I'm handing it over to the person who is supposed to take over the handing out of certificates. Thank you.
School at a time, let me know when the school is here, can push to that. Better they will call the next school. We're just waiting for the photographer, Larato.
The professional cameras can come close and take pictures.
But I did mention that they should come take pictures.
Yes, you did.
Do they think that we should take them with our phones? They should know that. To tell them, or are we waiting for students to be called so that? Please tell them to come. Can the camera crew please come and take pictures as we are handing out certificates? And please remember that do not go and sit down after receiving your certificate, as we have to take a picture. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Madam Speaker. Honourable members and our guests that are here today, we are almost at the culmination of the National Youth Parliament 2025, and I'll say a few words after the presentation. In tradition with Blind SA, we have a certificate to present to the members of the Parliament for their participation, and we also have a certificate to the educators and the support staff that came with our honourable members. We thereafter have an additional few more certificates to hand out, so please be patient with us. After you receive the certificates, we have 10 schools who are here who have a foundation phase. Blind SA, together with the Lego Foundation and the University of Cape Town, undertook training with the educators to use the Lego Braille bricks as a learning through play project. And Blind SA, as some of those Lego Braille bricks that we feel we should give to these schools so that they could continue using it to build literacy, but also to help education for early childhood development. So we'd ask the teachers, before you leave tomorrow, please make sure that you've received 2 sets of the Lego Braille bricks from Tandile. So for now, we will start with the first school that we're going to present certificates to, is the Kanisa School for the Blind. Kanisa, could we ask the educator and the members of parliament, to the learners from the school?
Please don't leave, ma'am. Remember the pictures.
Can we ask Arthur Blacksall to be in readiness?
Can I once again please announce that the camera crew please come forward to take pictures for us? Thank you.
The educator from Arthur Blacksall? Arthur Blacksall?
For the sake of taking pictures properly. The ones who just, missed the professional photographers.
Should we just hold on?
Pardon?
Should I hold on?
Yes, please,
Okay.
please. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
You take in the group and then you take as you presented at the end. Are we ready? Arthur Blacksall. Ifata, can you get ready? Are we ready for this, Ifata? Mason Lincoln, can you be ready? Pioneer. Partimia in readiness. Christiana be in readiness. Prince of
You must, when you're giving the Lego sets to the schools, to each school, you must get them to sign or to something. Make a note when you're giving to. Yeah, but Philadelphia and still Wally.
Astutul Twane. Athlone.
Introduce again that
Philadelphia.
after the educators,
Come, you have to do better than that for Philadelphia.
they must leave and there will be a group photo for the recipient and then it will be there will be a group shot for the teachers as well once they come.
So the kids are taking pictures together now, all together as if
They
it's
will
one.
be after the introduction, handing over the certificate. They will be group.
Can we wait for all the kids and educators to receive? their-
Samakushle. Tibaloka. Open air.
Northwest, Mr. Sisego is not here, so the water is not there. So we'll just do, we'll just do Western Cape, and then we do PPE, even if we take the vote.
Krishna? Yes? This next certificate of has Jonas to present, then you present it in the month after that. Yeah.
Jonas?
Jonas? Jonas?
Yeah.
Could we request the representative from the Department of Education in Western Cape to join us? And I'll ask Jonas, the chairperson of our youth committee, to present this certificate.
Educators, please remember to stay behind so that you may also take a group photo. Thank you.
Western Cape. Jolene. For the information of the House, the Provincial Departments of Education supported the schools by funding the travel and accommodation. This is the first time that the departments had undertaken this. We just had 2 provinces that came directly themselves here. The other provinces, we will send the certificates to them in a short while. The representative from the Northwest, Mr. Suka, is not here in the House at the moment, and we will also send the certificate for the Northwest. Jolene from the Western Cape Department is on her way. Jonas, will you present the certificate?
So they must not stay for the repeating, they must wait till the answer goes with the answer. Ladies and gentlemen, I was requested by the camera crew to say that the group pictures are coming out a bit chaotic, if I may use that word. So, after you've received your certificate, please be sure to sit down, and at the end of the program, we'll be all headed towards the piazza to go and take pictures that side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The other provinces are not here, so we're going to request the representative from the Department of Basic Education National to come and receive these certificates on behalf of the provinces.
Can I please have order in my house?
Jonas will present the certificate. Oh, we've got someone here to take it on behalf of Northwest Province. Jonas, will you present this? Do we have a representative for Department of Basic Education here?
Is here? Yeah. No, but the lady that spoke from social inclusion, to the subject.
She's left. Okay, unfortunately, the representative from the DBE has left already, I'm told. So we have the certificates for the remaining provinces, as well as the certificate for the Department of Basic Education. So maybe we can request for a representative. I'm just wondering, could we ask Jolene from the Western Cape to take this on behalf of the other provinces and the National Department? Is Jolene here? Okay.
You said it's too late.
Yeah, yeah. The small ones, join us with the yeah.
These are for the provinces, Jolene. No, we'll take it from you. Then the one for the National Department of Basic Education, we'd ask Christo, the President, to present this. I'm not. Thank you very much. The Department of Basic Education has also funded the gala dinner tonight. So we want to say thank you very, very much to them. The City of Johannesburg sponsored the shuttle service from the hotel to the Gauteng Legislature, and we want to say our appreciation to them. I just want to get confirmation, is the Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs here in Gauteng? Could we invite the Deputy Speaker, Chair of Chairs, to receive this certificate of appreciation from Blind SA from the President, Christo de Klerk. Our sincere appreciation to you and the team here at Gauteng Legislature for hosting this event, providing us the resources that are available at the Legislature to have the third National Youth Parliament of Blind SA. Sir, we want to say thank you very much to you, and especially your team here that worked under very difficult conditions over the last month to help us to put together this event. We did have some technical challenges, and we trust that when you next host the Youth Parliament or the Parliament for the Disability, that the place will be more accessible, that other reasonable accommodation measures would be put in place to ensure a fully inclusive and participatory Parliament for persons with disability. So thank you very, very much to you and your team.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. On behalf of Blind SA, I again just want to acknowledge our appreciation to all our partners who assisted us in whatever way possible to have this event, the stakeholders who contributed in supporting us with advice and guidance, and logistics to ensure it takes place. A very special thanks to our two speakers of the Youth Parliament who coordinate the activities over the last 2 days. To the Blind SA team that put all the logistics together, in particular Tandile Butana and her team that took care of all the logistics, including material preparation and productions with the team at our office. Then to our youth committee, I think they have a bigger responsibility next year to make sure that the next event is even better than this one. So we throw a challenge to you, journalists. Next year, members, it's also the Blind SA's 80th anniversary. And particularly to our young members, the new committee of the youth is expected to be elected next year. We encourage you to join one of the branches of Blind SA, become members, become activists, and advocate for inclusive services for young, blind, and partially sighted persons. You also have the responsibility to make sure that the resolutions we adopted here today and the declaration, you monitor and hold the youth committee accountable to get progress on those activities. We were introduced yesterday to the multi-party caucus, and we'd like to say thank you very much for sitting in, and we trust that the deliberations that have taken place here, and particularly the resolutions, you would be able to look at sponsoring it through the Gauteng Provincial Legislature and through your political parties and principles at a national level and in other provinces. So thank you very much for that. And a big thanks to the entire team at Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I'd like to request that Honorable Thulani Kunene may come and address the House for at least 5 minutes, sir, just to give a closing speech for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker, for the opportunity given to us. I must thank the President, the Deputy President in absentia, the CEO. Yesterday, I had an opportunity of joining this Parliament and making some remarks. And those remarks were followed by the input by the President. And he raised a very serious issue that I had to go and meet with him about the Marrakesh Treaty. I then had a meeting with the President and later also with the CEO and the President, Deputy President. We have committed as the legislature to take up the issues of ensuring that the Copyright Amendment Bill, we followed up with the Parliament on behalf of this very important sector. And we have also followed up that we're going to have a meeting with Blind SA in November so that we can explore other ways that we could work together and support this very important sector. With those words, I want to thank you all for coming from all over the whole of South Africa to join this event, and we hope that your resolutions will be looked at by the Parliament and the Provincial Legislature and all other legislatures across the country, so that we see how best can we take those resolutions forward, so that your issues that we discussed and resolved upon here don't just become a talk shop, so that we can take up these issues, so that next day when we meet, President and Speaker, it would be nice that you get a feedback on issues that you have resolved upon, so that it's not every year you have Parliament but there is no feedback that comes. I think that's a very important part that you must be able to factor in, so that we check progress, we check how far have we gone in implementation of the issues that we have resolved upon. We will do our part as Gauteng, and we'll urge our counterparts in other provinces and also urge National Parliament to take issues that we have raised very seriously. On that note, thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you for your time. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kunene. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have another round of applause for him? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the time that we were waiting for to finally leave this house has come for us to go party. Somebody say yay. So after this, we are going to head to the piazza to go take pictures. But before that, I would like to thank everybody for coming, all the relevant stakeholders for working together to ensure that this becomes a success. This is my third time here. I've been here since this began. And honestly, every year I do see an improvement. I want to thank all the students for taking part and for ensuring that they participate. One of the biggest issues we've had over the past years are students who are not actively participating in the parliament, and this year I've seen a huge difference. So this goes to show that relevant changes were made to ensure that we do have productive students. I want to thank all the representatives from all the different organizations. Thank you so much for coming. I want to thank Blind SA for giving me the opportunity to be Madam Speaker. It feels so good to be in power, ladies and gentlemen. I want to do it again. I want to thank everybody for ensuring that this is a success. I want to thank God for ensuring that all of this is going to happen and that we are all here to be be part of the event and to be part of the people who make the change. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, see you again next year, and with better resolutions, more solutions, and hopefully with solutions that have been implemented. Thank you so much. My name is Zibusiso Daniel Mguni, and I am done. Thank you.